Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land, I'm the Moorian Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. God dang, you're right. Moorish Empire. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Moorish Empire. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. The late evening U.S. people.
All right. Good afternoon, good morning, good night, good evening, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, whyever you're doing it, however good it feels, etc., etc. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices. It is day 6 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Day 5 was some of the most insane testimony I've ever seen given in any trial anywhere. It was ridiculous. I just uploaded a review of day 5. It is so crazy. It took me 50 minutes, damn near an hour, to summarize all of the shenanigans and weirdness that happened yesterday, from collecting evidence in red plastic Solo cups and then transporting them in an evidence bag, which turns out to be a local grocery store paper bag, from clearing evidence scenes with leaf blowers, leaf blowing snow away to uncover evidence, to go, everybody's going to school with everybody else, to apparently one of the witnesses having been protecting the Albert family from criminal prosecution and even getting involved in a fist fight with some of their enemies 22 years ago. This is insane. This is crazy. And we're here for day 6 to see what's going to happen next. One thing you want to do real quick is click at the pinned link and the link that the mods are throwing up here and download your bingo card for today. The bingo cards are here and they're active, and you're going to want to get them and play along at home. Things happen. Let's bring up the bingo card real quick here to show you what we're looking for today. What we're looking for today is this bingo card. The prosecutor says, who, if anyone? The judge calls a sidebar. They call a firefighter as a witness. They talk about the body on the front lawn. A first responder is mentioned. There's someone with a heavy Boston accent. There's scratch marks. There's an Irish witness. The judge sighs into the microphone. The prosecutor said, sort of. The prosecutor laughs nervously. He kind of goes, bad weather. They talk about the bad weather. The free space, of course, we should mark off the free space right now. There we go. Ceiling Dion. We've named the ceiling fan that we always see Ceiling Dion. If there's a Ceiling Dion sighting, if the defense gets the prosecution witness to admit he lied about something. Doggo Cam, if we get up to the $100 super chat mark, we release the Doggo Cam, the emotional support potato pig dog cam, as we love to call it here. That both dogs are here. I just finished washing them. The room smells like shampoo instead of dogs for the first time in a while. So yeah, they're all washed and squeaky clean and waiting for their chance to be on the camera. So send those super chats now, fast and furiously. If we hear a siren outside the courthouse, if the dog in the trial is referred to, if they talk about the German Shepherd, if they talk about the internet search that was conducted, if there's reference to the broken taillight, if the prosecutor says, what if any, lip smacking witnesses, a lot of these witnesses will just, before any statement they make, and it drove me up a damn wall, so we added it to the bingo card. If they call a cop as a witness, then we mark off our spot. If we have someone breathing like Darth Vader into the microphone, and finally, if the lawyer calls for a sidebar. Those are our bingos. We tend to get bingo pretty quickly with this card. One of these days, we're gonna reach nirvana and we're gonna get a full blackout. But make sure you go and download your bingo card from the pinned link so that you can play along this ridiculous game at home. And just so we're aware of what's going on. Losing yesterday when that came out, the rules of evidence literally do mean it's really, really, really wild and really, really weird. But all right, just so we can find out what's going on in court right now, and so we can mark off something on our bingo card, let's bring up the court. We're gonna go to Court TV today. Court TV is where we're gonna be at because the law and crime feed is becoming so cluttered. They've got their stupid little QR code for their Truth Finder product. They got the Truth Finder barrier. They've got the stupid law and crime thing on the bottom left corner. It's becoming cluttered. So we're gonna give Court TV a check out here and see what happens. Jennifer, it starts out with lines, and then one of these days, somebody's going to get the full house. Someone is going to get the whole blackout. They're going to black out the whole thing, and then we'll have a big party. A couple of other side gigs that are going on during. So everybody make sure you mark off Ceiling Dion because we start with the Ceiling Dion sighting. Ceiling Dion is marked. Now, another side deal we have going, as you can see from the bingo card, and as we just discussed, this prosecutor says, what if any, or who if any, all the damn time. It drove us crazy for those of you that watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial when Elaine Bredehoff was saying it every 2 seconds. This dude says it way more. So we've got a little tally going here. We're keeping a count, and if he hits 100 what if any's, we'll do a full shot of absinthe, just straight absinthe, just as a punishment shot. We came very, very close a couple of days ago. We got up to 90. So it was pretty damn close. Right. I'm trying to, we got our like and subscribe poll here too. So take our like and subscribe poll, but first make sure you hit that like button and you hit the subscribe button. There's currently 342 of you here waiting for the trial to start, waiting for today's court to get underway. We've got the fan there. We're just waiting for it to, we're waiting for kickoff. And until then, that gives you plenty of time. 342 concurrent viewers, 136 likes. Come on, people. That's not even close to 50%. That's like 30% of you by lawyer math. I don't know. I have no idea what percentage, probably closer to 40. Anywho, get down there and hit that like button, please. You got nothing to do while we wait, so hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please, I would just be honored if you would do me the favor of hitting that subscribe button. And if you are subscribed, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube is asshole and they like to just unsubscribe people for no reason. We're trying to get to 76,000 subscribers. We're on our way. We're at 75,634, I think. But hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, take our like and subscribe poll. Today's like and subscribe poll is, what is the craziest thing you've seen in this trial so far? What is the craziest thing? Blood in Solo cups in a grocery bag? Leaf blowing snow in a crime scene? Your third choice is a house full of law enforcement officers that don't go outside when there are 5 law enforcement vehicles, 2 ambulances, and a fire truck, and a dead body on the front lawn. Nobody goes outside. Or your fourth choice, 0 of 45 pieces of plastic were found during the initial in-depth and very careful search of the scene of the incident. Those are your choices. We'll come back in about an hour and check to see how things are going so far. But like and subscribe and vote. And also we have our first super chat of the evening. Kicking us off in the super chat is Ken Langley with the $5. Thank you so much for the support. I deeply appreciate it. This is vacation month, so it's time to earn my play money. Ken Langley with the $5 says, I figured it out. The murderer is the missing Albert brother, Fat. Hey, it's Fat Albert. It's the missing Albert brother, Fat. That is a strong kickoff for our super chats. And by the way, the current highest super chat amount is the Vice Law Racks for the day. When trial starts, we'll put the scroll up across the bottom of the screen, and it will be announced there. Whoever has the highest super chat of the day is the Vice Law Racks of the day during trial stream. So don't miss it. And Aussie Overlord has just given us a raid. Thank you, Aussie Overlord Raiders. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in. We are here. Ceiling Dion is whirling away, telling us that not much is happening in court at this point in time. Let's see, what else do we need to talk about? Very quickly, let me tell you what's happening on the rest of the week. What we're doing is I am doing live streams of the half days, which seems to be Tuesdays and Thursdays seem to be half days in court. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday seem to be full days. Tomorrow will be a full day, so I'll do a review of tomorrow, but we won't do it live. We will be doing Clayton Eckert and Laura Owens update on the tonsil twins escapade. That's if you're not familiar, it's a case where a woman claims to have gotten pregnant by a man who says they only had oral sex. She claims to have gotten pregnant with twins. And then a whole bunch of shit has happened since last November that is way too to get into right here and right now. But we'll be doing updates on that tomorrow. A little bit of insanity. And then Thursday, we will probably be doing this if it's another half day. And finally on Friday will be a very special day. It will be what we call around here F it Friday. It's F it Friday, and that's the idea. We just kind of say F it. We throw caution to the wind. It's a pure griftathon, so we grift our guts out just straight up. It's all about me liberating as much money from viewers as possible. But in exchange, I provide you an amazing panel of guests and liquor. Every $100 that comes in, I do a shot of top shelf whiskey. I haven't bought this month's bottle yet. That'll happen probably tomorrow or Thursday. But what we do is 25% of the previous month's super chats that goes towards a bottle for the next month. I have to go back and check the stream to see what we ended up with as far as daily intake goes, and then I'll price the bottle accordingly. But we do that a shot every $100 that comes in. We have a great panel of guests, and we just have fun. Usually goes for 6, 7, sometimes 8 or 9 hours, and it's just silliness, but it's a pure griftathon where we have fun. The guest list will be starting to be formed tomorrow. I'll let you know how that goes. And that'll be it's the 75,000 subscriber 2-year anniversary of my channel, Vacation Fund Boozy Griftathon. That's what we're calling it. We're celebrating getting to 75,000 subscribers. We're celebrating my 2-year anniversary on YouTube. We're celebrating me going on vacation at the end of the month. So that's what I'm grifting for. All right. That's what's coming up. And let's kind of look into what's happening in this trial so far, shall we? We ended up in a very interesting position last night. Sergeant Lank is a pivotal person involved in interviewing one of the only people that was ever interviewed in relation to this matter. He was involved in some of the evidence collection, but he has kind of a shady past here. In 2002, Sergeant Lang, probably before he was Sergeant Lang, in 2002, 22 years ago, there was an incident involving one of the Albert brothers, and Brian Albert is a police officer, owner of the house. One or two of his younger brothers was involved in an altercation, and whilst Lang, who was friends with the entire family, grew up with the entire family since they were kids. They were sitting there talking about, oh my God, these two definitely non-mafia brothers, the La Palettis, I believe is that what their name was. the La Paletti family, who they were. One of them, they were like Alfredo La Polito. They were the La Politos, yes. Alfredo La Polito and his brother Mark La Polito. Definitely not a connected sounding name in the Massachusetts, New Jersey area. But these, oh my God, here they come now. And it ended up with the Sergeant Lang being involved in a fist fight with these La Polito brothers. They got one in handcuffs, and the other one, depending who you believe, the Sergeant Lang said, "Oh, he hit me first," so we took him down. The La Polito brother, who was involved in it, said, "No, the officer punched me in the face first, and then when he had me on the ground, he continued to beat me, and then he bit me so hard that it drew blood. And once I was out of commission, he stood up and went over to my brother, who was handcuffed, and spit in his face." And then they were charged eventually with assault on a police officer. They were charged with assault, and then between the time they were charged and the time that the thing went to trial, the Sergeant Lang ran into them in a gas station, a service station somewhere, and he said, "How you doing?" And the La Polito brothers said, one of them said, "Not so good. Because of what you did, I got to defend you beat me up. Now I got to defend myself in court." And then somehow, for some reason, Sergeant Lang arrested them for intimidation of a witness. And eventually they were found not guilty of the initial assault, and the witness intimidation charges were thrown out, and the La Polito brothers sued Sergeant Lang in federal court, and he settled the case for an undisclosed settlement. And the defense wants to bring this in as character witness to show that he is a guy that will do anything, including get involved in fistfights, in order to protect the Albert family, to protect Albert family members going back as far as 22 years. That's how long Lank has been protecting the Albert family from problems. And the defense the prosecution tried to argue against that, going, he doesn't protect them. In fact, in 2012, he and Officer Good had to arrest Tim Albert and charge him. They had to investigate him and arrest him for charges. But the defense lawyer said, "Oh, well, see, no, that actually supports our position, because they had no choice but to arrest him given the facts. He plowed into a woman who was parked at a stoplight and fled the scene and ran to whose house? Brian Albert's house, where he may or may not have been living at the time, but he hits a woman from behind, and then he flees the scene. They basically follow the trail of fluid to his house, to Brian Albert's house. And they don't do a field sobriety test. They don't do a blood test. They don't do a breathalyzer test. They don't even ask really any details of what happened. He just said, "Oh, I panicked." They charged Tim Albert with a misdemeanor, put him in a divergence program, and eventually his record was wiped clean. So the prosecutor saying, "No, that actually supports our case. See, they had no choice but to arrest him," and then it kind of goes away later. And the judge, of course, the prosecution tried to argue this was 22 years ago. Again, it's complete, and in any event, it's completely unrelated to this case. And the judge said, "I don't agree with you, Mr. Prosecutor." Said it is related in some way. And she said that this evidence is going to come in, this evidence of Sergeant Lank's background and this fight and him protecting the Albert family is going to come in some degree, in some level, and she's going to decide that probably today. And the interesting thing that I thought was funny is she said, she asked the defense lawyer, how are you going to lay the foundation for this earlier incident report from 2002? He said he was going to call, I believe it was Alfredo La Polito as a witness. He was going to call one of the La Polito brothers to the stand to lay the foundation for this earlier incident. That would be hilarious. Oh my Lord. I hope they call those guys. But wow. All right, that's it. Now we're just killing time. No idea when court's coming in. It's just us. That's all the update I can give. Yeah, don't stare directly at Ceiling Dion. You'll get hypnotized. You'll get hypnotized. We don't want to hypnotize you. So let's check out what people in chat. There's a huge number of people. Now there's 443 people watching me talk and watching a ceiling fan spin. So we do have Livid Pigeon, who's been a member for 7 months. Sorry, been a member for 7 months. Says, could you lend me some red cups? I'm at the moiter around the corner. Also, is there a grocery store nearby? Asking for a friend. Okay, that's the interesting thing. We talked about it, and it was in the review, and I know other people have talked about it. Yeah, Officer Gallagher, Paul Gallagher was his name. Yes, he did collect the blood evidence into 6 red Solo cups, which on direct examination he called temporary evidence containers. Yeah, those temporary evidence containers turned out to be 6 red Solo cups. And where would he possibly? Yeah. And by the way, the police station's only a mile away, but he couldn't be bothered to go to the police station to pick up actual evidence collecting stuff. But where on earth would he find these 6 red Solo cups to put blood evidence in? Well, the answer to that question is from the lieutenant in charge of detectives for the police department, who quite literally lived right across the street from Brian Albert's home and the location where the body was found. Yeah, so the lieutenant in charge of detectives just happens to live right across the street. So they go across the street and go, hey, you got something plastic we can put the blood evidence in? And the lieutenant in charge of detectives says, why, sure. Here's 6 Solo cups. And so they put some snow and blood into these cups. And then, of course, on direct examination, he said we had these temporary evidence containers, and then we bagged them and took them to the station. Yes, they did technically bag them. They bagged them in a shop. It was a shop and stop grocery store brown paper bag. That's literally what they put the evidence in. So sweet baby Jesus in a dumpster. Oh, we have motion. Ceiling Dion has left the building. All right, let's switch views here. Looks like we're gonna get it on.
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court.
Beverly Kenobi. Help me, Beverly Kenobi. You're our only hope.
Shall be heard. State of Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Right,
Can I
make
have
sure you-
counsel identify themselves for the record?
While they're doing all this, make sure you.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning,
download-
Your
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning,
Yeah,
Your Honor.
wonderful.
Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Miss McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson from Miss Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good
Reed.
morning, Miss
And
Little.
super
And
chats
good morning,
will be
Your Honor.
read.
David
We'll
Yannetti
flash
for
them up on
Karen
the screen
Reed.
and
Good
we'll
morning,
read
Mr.
them during-
Yannetti. Good morning, Ms.
feel free
Reed.
to super chat away.
Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'm going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, just we'd rather you have us waiting than we have you waiting. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions?
you
and
hear
refrain
anything?
from
Did you talk
discussing
to
things with
anybody?
Anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Calling my friend
Anyone
3, just
happen
click
to
the
see,
link up in the
hear,
pin
or read
deal.
anything
And then
about this
when
case?
any of these things happen, then just click on the screen,
Okay,
just click
thank you
where it
very
is, and
much.
they'll put
Could
an
we have
X.
Sergeant Good, please?
Oh, Sergeant Good is back on the stand. Okay. He disappeared yesterday and didn't know why, just without a word. So he's back. Good.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Sir, can you hear right hand one more time? You saw this way the evidence you gave the court and jury of the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, it's cross-examination time.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the sally ports, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated.
He looks like Chet from Weird
response
Science.
to that.
And do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
it.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
Ooh, I've found a flaw with the positioning of my of my camera. I found a flaw in the system. But I'm doing it to cover up the Court TV logo. All right. Lady K Texas first live court hangout here, taking a break from EDB. Love the bingo card. Hey, download it and play along. And thank you for taking a break from EDB. Love her. And I've got to do something about the camera positioning. But hey, if you're taking a break from her, fine. I'm glad you're taking the break here. Mike Middleton asks, did he lose his chin in the line of duty? It's quite possible. It's quite possible. All right. I need to do something about the positioning of the camera. Because it's usually here. That's the father of the victim. I'm not sure if that's the mother. She looks different than the first day. I don't know. She's different hair. Oh yes, this is a cop on the stand. So mark cop witness on your bingo card. So far, we have the free space, Ceiling Dion, and for those of you that don't know, we've named the ceiling fan Ceiling Dion, and I believe those are her parents. We got the free space, Ceiling Dion, and cop witness so far. And oh yeah. Wait, did the lawyer call that sidebar? Well, the volume people say, oh, that's me. Shit. Volume. Anybody? Tell me it's not me. Okay, good.
Now took the stand today. Did you go over your report?
Sorry,
My
Tammy, to
report?
disappoint you. It
Yes.
ain't me. It was them.
Were you looking for anything?
Nope.
specific?
Sorry, bitches.
No.
It ain't me.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
A few minutes?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bernice, there's sound now. Take it up with Court TV,
Have you
not
spoken to
me.
Anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
All right, lawyer calls for sidebar. Mark
Recall
that off.
that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had.
No,
I
Lynn,
believe
that's the other
indicated
view.
That Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, so he entered that into your report.
For those that are confused at home,
Anybody
Lynn, this
writes
is
a
logo
supplemental,
covered shot.
If you have
This
the
is not
authorization,
logo
enter
covered shot.
who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay. But the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Can I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir.
He's usually good about talking into the microphone, but he's not doing such a
May I
good job
approach, Your Honor?
today.
Yes.
Okay, another lawyer. Oh no, he's not a
First.
sidebar. He's approaching the witness. Sorry.
P for identification.
Now this witness has already got in trouble for being very, very smug yesterday
Yes.
and answering questions like, "Sure, yeah, sure,
We went
sure."
over with the jury.
He got in trouble for that
the
yesterday.
5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th of 22 at 6:08,
Yes.
and the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information. Oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Why do you have to
Yes.
pay for identification?
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
Correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay. I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the
Stop
first
saying
report
P for
that
identification.
you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you. There is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
At
P.
P? Yes. P? Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
Those
Now,
two,
a lip smack does not make a lip
documents,
smacking
P
witness.
for identification and Q for identification. Those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain.
If you want to
At this
explain,
point,
you
I'm
can
gonna
do
be
that on
asking the
redirect.
questions, if you
Okay.
don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits, both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Could I see those, please?
All right, they go up there for another sidebar to check out the witnesses, the evidence, and we'll see how the questioning continues when they come back and they move on or what's going to happen. But so far we've heard way too much about P for identification. And for those of you that are new to the channel here and are hearing all kinds of loud noises, things dropping, snorting, sniffing, and snoring in the background, those are my two dogs. They demanded some attention, so they're sitting here on the floor. And if we get to the $100 super chat mark, then we unlock. Not only do we unlock the doggo cam, then we also get to check off dog cam on our bingo card. So there you go. If that provides any incentive whatsoever. So yeah, we release the emotional support pig dog. Potato pig dog cam at the $100 super chat mark, or like memberships, whatever. So anyway, just a little food there. Her hair's straight. I like her with the straight hair. I'm a straight hair kind of guy. Straight or braids. That does it for me. The ASMR couch potatoes. They're feeling particularly excited and happy today because they got a nice bath. They like baths. They had a nice little bath here just before stream. Yes, the dogs are named Strawberry and Yoda. English bulldogs. You can probably hear them chewing in the background as we speak. Sometimes it gets a little bit loud. Which is easier to pull, straight or braided? Sonny or Chris has just gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships. Holy crap. Thank you so much, Sonny or Chris, with that amazing donation there. If you're one of the lucky people that got the memberships, which is Bridget, Rosalind Duke, Black Horse Cavalry, Esprit Fleck. Hey, Esprit Fleck, it's been a minute. Ann on a Mouse. Well, that's an interesting name. Melanie. It's Happening with Harper. Jingleberry. Bifrons and Nick Dev. Those are the lucky 10. If you got one of those Legal Vices memberships, make sure you give Sonia or Chris a super special shout out. Not only is that super generous, but that puts us halfway to Doggo Cam right there by itself. And Sonia or Chris takes the rightful position as Vice Law Racks of the day. He's the Vice Racks of the day so far. So it'll take more than a $50 super chat to dethrone him. Just saying. All right, let me change the banner here to add to amend it to the appropriate and proper rightful holder of the Vice Law Racks of the day. All right. All righty then. So we'll save that. And Vice Law Racks is unnecessarily long. We'll call it the Vice Racks of the day. Let me amend that as well. The Vice Racks of the day. There we go. All right. There, it's back up. Thank you so much, Sonia or Chris, for that. This is a particularly long sidebar. What could they be discussing? All right, what are you doing, pigs? What are you doing, pig dog? They're like so big and fat. They're just like pushing my chair around, which is pretty good because I'm big and fat too. But all right, still sitting here waiting for the sidebar to end. We haven't heard any real testimony yet. As your night terror, the Black Dragon says, what bullshit will we have today? Obvious investigator obstruction and tampering. The car couldn't have killed him. It wasn't a Tesla. Ouch. And he wasn't a child. Ow. That's harsh. But there's been no BSery yet here today, but we're just getting started. We've literally asked like 10 questions. And Mike Middleton, Judge, we can't let that in. It's going to show how incompetent everyone is. That's kind of been their argument for a lot of this. we're just trying to cover it. So now they're late. They've had 2 extended sidebars, and this might be the longest sidebar they've had so far in the trial. No fat shaming. The dogs are just big bone. Now Strawberry, they weigh the same. Strawberry's fat and Yoda's muscle-ish. But they weigh the same. All right, here we go. I hear audio again.
Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. There's one.
Oh, nope. Psych. It was a fake out. They're not back to the testimony yet. All right. I'm going to pour me a glass of whiskey here. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We'll go with the Lafroig. The Lafroig Select will be the whiskey of choice for today. A nice, wonderful peaty Isla Scotch. Scotch whiskey. Whiskey made in Scotland. The island of Isla, where all the good peaty stuff is made. All right, that's his brother. That's John O'Keefe's brother. Poor dad. All right. Do we have court back in action again? Oh my gosh.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Oh, we're waiting on an exhibit, aren't we?
All right, while I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the judge is starting to sound a little bit annoyed, and I would be too. Have your exhibits ready. This is a misstep by the defense. It doesn't matter what the reason is.
Okay, I've
It's a
placed
misstep.
photo
Don't make the
before you.
jury
Sir,
realize
do you
that
recognize what
you're
that
the
depicts?
reason it's being delayed.
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes,
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay. And Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes,
I can take those back from you, sir.
Forget botched it, possibly murdered their son. Forget botching the case. They may be the reason he's dead.
Published the two photos, I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
42.
They like to whisper a lot.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was? 42. 42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's see
20A
these pictures we've been talking about
is-
forever.
You've testified the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please.
Got to stop saying P for identification. I'm 12 years old in my head. I can't stop giggling.
I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right
I
here.
don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay. And there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in when the jury actually gets it. We'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
Marky Mark says judge is biased as F. I don't think
So-
so. A lot of people say that, but I don't think so. Yesterday
Joyce,
she
I'm
was.
going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Oh dear.
Close your notebooks, leave them on your seats. Gather all your other belongings and follow me. All rise, jury out.
I don't see the judge as being biased. I think she's a good judge. Yesterday she was all up in the prosecution shit, and in fact, she's apparently going to let in some huge evidence against one of the other officers to attack.
May I see
credibility.
those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
I think she's just naturally like she has resting bitch voice. Is that a thing? I know face is, but is voice one too?
All right. So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand?
Okay, and that can't happen. So
Understand.
fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr.
That's a
Clerk?
good point.
Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them?
Defense
run them
lawyer
through a
fucked
copy
up.
machine. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All rise, please.
All right. I think that was a warranted bitch out by the judge. That was a big, in my opinion, a mistake by the defense lawyers. As I was saying earlier, do not let the jury understand that you are the reason why they're sitting there doing absolutely nothing. Don't let the jury know that you are the reason that this isn't moving forward. It looks bad. Plus, again, this should all be prepared beforehand. This should all be ready to go. And what she was saying there at the end is absolutely true. You can't enter an entire document into evidence, but only want to enter the one part of it. Like I said, I wasn't going to show the other parts of it. I was just going to, I had it folded over so the jury would see this part. That's not, you introduce the entire document into evidence. So yeah, fold it over or not, that entire document, which was not supposed to happen, was entered into evidence. And the judge is saying, unfuck yourself, fix this, and don't do it again. Crazy Leghead says, yeah, says the judge who ends court early, schedules half days, etc. No, it's scheduled to be 6 weeks, and that the half days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, are built into the schedule. That's already factored into this. So it's, when she's saying this is our schedule, and there's reasons for doing that. There's other things going on in the court. There might be motion days where you need to hear motions and things. There can be any number of reasons why they're choosing to do half days, but that's already figured into the time frame. It's not like she's just going, I'm bored being here today. Let's just call it a half day today. They're already scheduled in. So yeah, it's people say that the judge is being biased because she's being a little more critical and a little more gripey towards the defense. I don't think so. I think it just appears that way because I think one of the things that the defense should be doing is walking the edge. How close to sensationalism can they get? How far can they push the envelope to get their point across, to aggressively argue for their client? And they have been asking a lot of the improper questions that they know are going to be objected to and overruled, but they're doing it in the theory that you can't unring a bell. You can ask the question and the judge can say, it's stricken, ignore the question, but the jury already heard it. Chris says she sounds annoyed at whoever wastes time. That's how I feel like she's being quite fair. That's just me. I know a lot of people seem to disagree with that, but no, that's not Fan E. Willis. Been there, done that. That's Ceiling Dion. We're definitely never going to call it Fan E. Willis. It will forever and ever be Ceiling Dion. Fire and Ice Jeff called it with a resting bitch voice. I think that and her sighing is why she grinds my gears. Everybody sighs. I guarantee you everybody in that courtroom is sighing, but she's doing it directly into her microphone. But again, it's important to note that the jury, everybody in the courtroom, they can't hear her sighing. Only we get to hear her sighing because we're listening to her microphone. So the jury isn't hearing her going, it's just us. If the defense is being worse, it's being worse, no more, no less. If the state does similar and she ignores it, then she can be called biased. Yeah. Again, I think she's a good judge. She's made fair rulings. There's a couple of weird things like not having the lawyer state the grounds for their objections. I don't like that, but hey, whatevs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to Law and Crime. Rumor has it Law and Crime has better audio than Court TV. So I'm gonna take this opportunity here to switch on over. And while you're doing that, we got 551 people here watching us take this break and 325 likes. 225 of you have not done your job. So get over there and hit that like button, follow up and hit the subscribe button, and make sure you're still subscribed if you've already done that. And let's continue to have a little bit of fun here. As soon as we bring up Law and Crime. Law and crime. And we are $45 away from Pig Dog Cam. All right, there's law and crime. Super cool. Let's share the screen. All right, all right. Well, this is a good time to take a break, people. Take a break. Go over to the pinned chat and download your bingo card. This is what we should have checked off so far. The free space, Ceiling Dion, which is the ceiling fan. We've had a cop witness, and the lawyer has called for a sidebar. All right, looks like they're coming back in, so we shall bring up law and crime. Nope, just some noises. And we'll put this down here so we can see what happens. And let's, oh, there we go.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
If you dyed her hair black, she'd have 1980. No, she'd have like 1978 Freddie Mercury hair.
P&Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial.
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. All right. Here we go. We're $45 away from unleashing the emotional support Pig Dog Cam. You've got the evidence worked out, so let's go.
Previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
Yes.
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
Yes.
The identical date and time reported, correct?
Yes.
The identical report date and time, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the identical officer.
Yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included.
Oh, that's
on
bad.
The face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
No, not yet.
Second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report. That photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's not good. That's really, really not good.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Oh, someone
You
else
know
did
who
it.
did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
Someone
But
amended the photo.
Given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now,
Walmart
you
legal
agree with
mindset.
me
No,
That
no.
someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m. That's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Again, I don't think he wants the answer to that
Is there
question.
anything
He just wants the
on
jury to hear the
what is
question,
now marked
and they answer it
Exhibit
themselves.
44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
Ooh, the judge with that black robe
I'll make
sitting
a
in the
motion.
sun.
Yes.
She's going to fall asleep.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Redirect.
So Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date of, that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had to guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lank, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why
Nope.
why were you at?
Who, if
that
anyone?
residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfalls?
What if
throughout the
anything?
course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off the windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day in the afternoon, what if anything did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as
I announced
your
it twice, Chris.
narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of the report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs?
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
you had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the
I knew he was going to do
investigation
this.
he did years ago, correct?
Yes,
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
for leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Lank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Juries are to disregard that.
Yeah, he asked that
right,
just
you're
to
all
have the
set,
jury
sir.
hear it.
Thank you.
He knew it would be objected to. That's a little bit sneaky, but he
Who is
did
your
it.
next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
All right, so
Michael Lank. Sweet.
Not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
All right, this is important. She's doing this sidebar for a reason. Because yesterday, this is the one that the defense is going to impeach by bringing up the fact that he was covering for the Albert brothers 22 years ago when he got in a fist fight with the La Polito brothers. And he had a federal lawsuit filed against him. He settled. All the charges against the La Polito brothers were dropped relating to it. So the judge said that she's going to allow the impeachment evidence in there somehow. So I think she's laying down the law right now, what they're going to be allowed to say and how they have to and what the defense is going to be allowed to say about the prior incident from 2002, and what they're going to have to do as far as foundation. So this is a much needed cautionary sidebar, I believe. That's my guess. Debbie Marie says, didn't the judge ask about internet search? Ask the jury about the internet search. The internet search we're talking about on the bingo card is the internet search for how long it takes for someone to die in the cold, which was searched for hours by one of the people inside the house that was at the party. She searched for it at her own house, but she was at the party hours before anyone knew someone was dying in the snow. Wink, wink. So it's that search for how long it takes a body to die in the cold. And Just Don says, what constitutes a heavy Boston accent? To my Texas ears, everyone has a heavy Boston accent. You'll know it when you hear it. We haven't heard the heavy Boston accent yet. But let's see. So far, our bingo card should be who, if any, what, if any, Sealing Dion, cop witness, and lawyer calls for sidebar. Ooh, the jury is going out. All right. I hope we get to hear this on the record. That's weird. Is that a giraffe or a leopard giraffe or a geleopard? What is that? And why is it being worn in court? That's distracting. As is the garish red lipstick. But, See, the judge is a good monitoring point for a heavy Boston accent. The judge is borderline heavy Boston accent.
Oh, it's important to the defendant's case.
All right.
So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the Localito brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
We got those. We got those
All
last.
right.
night.
It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what
Judge.
you've got.
Right. Wait, just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Like Mr.
Is this Lololitos?
Localito. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter.
So what do you mean?
We
by
have broken
subsequent
tail
resolution of the
They
matter?
were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
go ahead.
Respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
the last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
Right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Of course
Do you
he
want to
is.
be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. This is what's
So
going to happen.
What I'm going
Lay
to
it down,
allow
Judge.
you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity.
They kind of are. aren't
So
they?
you must do it individually, and simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddies comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lapalitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lapalito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's
fair.
out. That was 22 years ago.
That's fair.
Nothing. So you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if, Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So, Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this. Okay. And just as an aside, again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them.
That's your fault, Judge. She gave them to you.
The complaint was sought, and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports.
What?
So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested?
Okay. Okay.
Is the judge biased? No, the judge is being very lenient.
I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
Yeah, the judge is being very lenient to the defense with that ruling. Ozzy disagrees. That she could have easily said, no, this happened 22 years ago. It's got nothing to do with this case. Whatever favoritism he showed to one member of the Albert family 22 years ago has nothing to do with showing favoritism by the entire department to a completely different member of the Albert family, 22 years later. I think she's being very generous in letting it in, and she was setting some fair parameters on there, I think. There was the two incidences, the fist fight with the Lapalito brothers. involved in, and then a subsequent arrest for witness intimidation. I think she was completely correct in saying the witness intimidation was probably just him being a dick in so many words, and it really had nothing to do with helping the Albert family. Yeah, I think she's letting him go pretty far down the line. Let's switch the view up here. All right, this is a good time to do a little midstream grifting here. We've currently got 583 viewers and 380 likes. That means 200 of you, 203 to be precise, haven't done your job. Get down there and smash that like button, please. Let's get us up to 583 likes. We got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes to sit here and chit chat with each other. So let's make use of our time. Get down there and smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. As we'll continue to follow this case. We'll do other things. Tomorrow is Clayton V. Eckerd. Clayton Eckerd and Laura Owens, the tonsil twin, so to speak, a woman who was apparently claiming to have gotten pregnant from a man who says he just got a couple of blowjobs in one night. Weird story, weird case. We'll be doing an update on that tomorrow. Then Friday is F at Friday. We have a panel of guests where we drink and grift for money. Friday is a big boozy griftathon. That's what's coming up, but we do all kinds of fun stuff here. We look at serious issues, sometimes seriously and sometimes with a little levity or a little dark humor mixed in to kind of take the edge off. There are lots of 5-minute breaks today. It's, but like she's saying, we got to get going. And take our like and subscribe poll. Let's see how the like and subscribe poll is going today, shall we? What is the craziest thing so far? So far, 16% of you have said the 0 out of 45 pieces of plastic were found on the day of the incident when they were doing their very thorough investigation of the crime scene. 19% of you have said the leaf blowing snow in a crime scene, using the leaf blower to clear the crime scene. 27% of you say the weirdest thing so far is a house full of law enforcement officers that didn't go outside when there's 5 police vehicles, 2 ambulances, and a fire truck, and a dead body on your front lawn. And 39% of you, far and away, the leading vote so far, the weirdest and craziest thing so far is the blood evidence being collected in 6 Solo cups and being carried in a grocery store brown paper bag. There we go. That's what we have to look forward to. We'll check in about another hour or so and see how the like and subscribe poll is developing. And we've gotten 10 new members due to Sonia Chris's wonderful 10 Legal Vices memberships gift. And Britt Cormier has moved us $5 closer to unleashing the emotional support potato pig dog cam. Britt Cormier, the $5. When do we get a RICO case for this family? Favoritism over 22 years sounds like an ongoing conspiracy. Just kidding. Wink, wink. Apparently, in this little area, the family has quite an extensive history, and they're sort of all, as the defense keeps saying, connected. I don't think they mean like connected, but they have ties throughout the community. And right now, we are $40 away from the dog cam. And let's talk about the bingo here. I was lax on the bingo. Here is the current marks on the bingo card. And if you want to play along at home, click the link that's pinned up there in the chat. Download and generate you don't download anything. Just generate your bingo card. And these are the items that should be checked off so far. Who, if anyone, the judge calls for a sidebar. The free space, obviously. Ceiling Dion, the ceiling fan. The broken tail light. Lawyer calls for a sidebar. A cop witness. And what, if any? There hasn't been enough lip smacking by this guy to call him a lip smacking witness. He's a witness who has smacked his lips. There's a fine line there. And someone said that the prosecutor has said sort of, but I didn't catch that. I didn't hear that. So there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 marks on the bingo card. Right. Well, but did they? The jury, so to speak, I think is out on the bad weather. Yeah, the broken tail. I should be checked. Should we check off bad weather? All right, we'll check off bad weather, and I didn't hear sort of, but Melanie says I missed the prosecutor saying sort of. He said it about 3 times. Melanie, you're the only one that's saying that. Does anyone second Melanie's motion to check off sort of on the bingo card? Been there, done that. I know there's been no use specifically of the word first responder. Okay, been there, done that. Says I heard sort of, but you also seem to have heard first responder, which I know didn't happen. Marta says bingo. All right, we marked off sort of, and Marta has a bingo. Apparently, Marta is the first one with bingo. Put down your bingo in the chat. What words gave you the bingo? I'm curious because I'm still 2 away no matter how you look at it. I'm 2 away on 1, 2, 3 different lines. No, it has to be a straight line bingo. And then the great party would happen if we block out all of these squares and get a full on blackout, or full house as some people have been calling it. Yeah, Heidi, we decided to include sort of in the bingo card. Aussie Tank got a 1-line bingo, and apparently other people have bingos as well. That was pretty quick. I had bingo really quickly the other night, but it's not looking good. Oh, and so far, I'm surprised. We are 1 hour and 27 minutes into the hearing. Of course, there hasn't been a lot from the prosecutor, but we've only had 6 what if any's from the prosecutor so far, which is a very, very small number comparatively. All right. Well, anything you chat, we've got some time. Tell us what you want to talk about. If there's any, we're reading through the chat comments now. We've got a few things that are starred here. About the Boston accent. Daily Quick Bite says, just watch Good Will Hunting. A clip will do. RE Boston accent. Now that's specifically a Southie. That's specifically a South Boston accent. It doesn't have to necessarily be a Southie accent. It can be like any strong Boston accent. And Melanie missed broken tail and sort of. Yeah, I'll give you the sort of, and we have marked off broken tail. Surprised there's been no sirens yet. Yeah, I think the courthouse is right next to the police station and or fire department because there's a lot of sirens. Just logging in. Can you recap all squares? We've been doing that. We'll do that here in just a couple of minutes. We'll burn through them. To update people here. Update on the witchcraft case. It might be a while before we get back to the witchcraft case, or we'll shift it to a different day. Normally what we do on Thursdays is we do a retro trial. We've been doing this Donald Hartung trial. He was a guy in Florida that was tried in 2015 for murdering his stepbrother. His 2 half brothers, not stepbrothers, 2 half brothers, and his mother, in what was described as a ritualistic or witchcraft manner. We went for 4 weeks and didn't see any hint of witchcraft or ritual in the trial. And then suddenly we got a tour of the guy's house. There's pentagrams and witchcraft books and tarot cards and Baphomet statues and candles and incense and all. It's like if you went to like a parody of what a witchcraft store would look like. That was this guy's house. So yeah, we're getting into the witchcraft stuff, it looks like, but we may switch days because I don't want to not do the case for the next month So we might start doing that on Wednesdays. I've been thinking about it. And we know they're also Alabama fans. Suitcase Sarah Boone. No, there hasn't been any update on that for ages. Like Courtney Clenny, Sarah Boone, and YNW Melly are just all sort of in like stasis now. They're frozen. They're frozen in carbonite for the foreseeable future. Ken's counseling couch. How you doing, Ken? I've solved the PD's camera issue. They invested heavily in the early 2000s Logitech webcams. It's the only explanation for the potato pics. Yeah, they don't have really great high resolution pictures, do they? Legal advice of previous witnesses, she ruled against the witness intimidation, but that's the exact MO the family has been using against Turtle Boy to try to get him off the case. Yeah, but that's two separate deals. This witness intimidation was the Lapolito brothers allegedly intimidating Sergeant Lank. Had nothing to do with the family itself. That's what she's saying. It was between them and didn't show favoritism towards the family. So that's why she ruled that out, which I think is a fair and proper ruling. But your point is taken that sort of seems to be the case. Now, Witchcraft Wednesday is a good title for the vid. Could be. Cat Not Williams. Cat Not Williams. Clenny had an interesting motion hearing.
Muted.
Oh, we're looking at the court's coming back. Frank Prieto, the defense attorney, had to take the stand. That's always cool when your witness gets called to the stand. Swamp Bear X says, just curious what your take on the Hague Invasion Act is. Have no clue what it is. That's my take. Don't know anything about it. How's that? All right. Let's switch our view and get back at this. Is going to be fun.
Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
Okay.
All right. Michael Lank on the stand. This is going to be good. I'm way too excited for this witness. I've been looking forward to it all day. Ow.
Just gonna ask you to be mindful to step up and remain.
And see, this is the thing. He knows he's going to get his ass handed to him on cross-examination.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Morning.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And
Chris, you're about to find out.
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as a lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the detective bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the
Yeah, see,
morning.
Chris,
of
I'm just
January
thinking I'm on the
29th,
fence with this. We're close. I have to listen a little
some
more.
point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to the dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
All right, we're
Do you know
calling this.
approximately what
This
time
is a
Sergeant
heavy
Good
Boston
called?
accent.
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Saraf, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Good.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed.
All right, he's a lip-smacking witness.
There's a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did speak to once?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Saraf.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive. and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to
That was a nervous prosecutor laugh. I mean, cough. So
is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now,
there it goes again.
once you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't hear.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that
Objection.
Hearsay. Oop, sorry. Moved the microphone, made all scratchy noises.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us, and to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And Who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
Yeah,
Sustained.
it's irrelevant.
To strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
Oh, so he's a good
And
guy.
how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
The two of you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
The prosecutor's trying to get ahead of it here to let him know that he
Brian
doesn't
Albert
really
and
like
Nicole Albert,
Brian.
who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long the conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe?
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but
Brian Higgins is the
he was
ATF
assigned to
agent.
our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did he do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment. But after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes.
And how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used the leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes,
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
yes.
Now, in addition well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27.
All right, we are $35 away from dog cam, and if we unleash the dog cam, I get bingo. Just saying, get me to bingo.
Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple. Just press on that button and
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lank, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that time.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
And we are currently at 20. What if?
We can take that. Now, at any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything shoveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
Solo cup.
And
God.
why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
Because we're too fucking lazy to drive
We
1 mile to the cop
Did the
shop.
best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation.
Bullshit.
Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction. of
No, we
them,
keep going until someone has a full
counting
blackout.
unintended deaths and things of that nature. What, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has done?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
We're at 25.
Now,
What if any?
With
We're
respect,
1/4 of the way to
those
an
items,
absence
once they
shot.
were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
The OF stands for offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it?
That's correct.
And then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
You may. While he's approaching the witness, Liz Bots with a $10 super chat for the
So I'm
Bingo
handing you
Guilt
up a,
Fund.
box.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A box.
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
And while he's doing that, Aaron Hack with a big $20 super chat. Hey, Jeff, stopping by to hit the like and say thanks for your coverage. I've been watching your coverage on replay at night. Your real-time reaction to this corruption is priceless. Thank you so much, Aaron Hack.
Go into that.
We are
Just with
$5
reference to
away
the
from
back
Doggo
of the camera
Cam.
For you. What, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with the Canton Police?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-870F, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass. And
have you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
Yes.
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
All right, and while he's doing that, been there, done that with the $5 super chat says bingo. We got there. There's my buddy. There's my buddy's butt. Doing strawberry. There we go.
We can place it back in the bag.
And check off Doggo Cam on your bingo card, and I got bingo. Finally. Finally, a bingo for me.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Colonel Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Exactly, Phyllis. Using gloves to not contaminate evidence that was placed in solo cups in his shopping bag. What an interesting twist. Bingo for 4 corners. Karen T. Welcome to the clean and sober crew, Karen.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to what had, who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay. About how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Mr. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that day?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
What?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you
Whoa.
observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my
What have I
attention
done?
to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to
Boomer!
8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit, and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
Buchanan.
And if you know
Please be
how
the
much
mechanic.
time elapsed,
Be Buchanan the mechanic.
contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived.
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You may. All right, there's some more. All right, let's see what's going on here. Karen D, again, thank you so much for being there.
So I'm
Who
showing
is
you
really clean this over?
photographs. Ask you just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished.
I'm surprised there's been no sirens outside.
Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Now, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
All right, we've gone radio silent. While we're doing that, Biff Thunder Muffin said regarding the solo cups, is it better to attempt to collect evidence in non-approved containers or let it get destroyed by the weather? The problem with all of that is the police station is a mile away from the house. They could have driven a mile,
And
got
Ms. Gilman,
real
if I
evidence
could,
collection stuff,
have
and came back to the
first
scene
of those
in
photographs
about
up on
10
screen.
minutes. It probably took them longer to go across the street and get the solo cups from the lieutenant in charge of detectives that lives right across the street from the house.
And, Lieutenant Lank, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Right here in the middle of the
Using
red
the laser
plastic.
pointer
is what
before
they're
you, if you
talking
could
about.
just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph.
Extreme close up.
And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you.
When was the
Ms.
photograph
Gilman, you
taken?
can.
That's what I want to know. he is really trying to delay the cross-examination of this witness. He is going to get lit the F up.
Yes.
And currently we're at 34 what if any's. We've crossed the 1/3 of the way to a shot of absinthe. Oh yeah, they are trying to say they missed that the first time. They found 0 pieces of plastic when they did a thorough and careful search of the crime scene, alleged crime scene, during the initial time when the body was there, just after the body had been removed. They used the snow blower to blow off layers of snow down to the grass. They found exactly 0 pieces of plastic from the taillight. Within the next 2 weeks, they ended up finding 45 pieces of plastic from the taillight on scene. Everybody's doing a little stretchy time here, I guess. Going up to the judge. We've got a little bit of time here while they talk about this. Yeah, they continued to search for 2 weeks, and they found a total of 45 pieces of taillight plastic over the next 2 weeks. I like her with straight hair.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002.
Yes, here
this
we
evidence
go.
Can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
He knows all the Alberts.
Are those 3 individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So
he was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
So the
And
better
what about
part.
Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
13, 14,
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the 3 of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris. I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car.
Law enforcement
and I
powers
approached the group
activate.
And I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
Bullshit.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
Voltron, he just activated himself.
Similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer.
Yes.
At the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the 2 brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck,
Oh,
yes.
I think you just
And then
opened
you
the
struck
door.
him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the incident.
No question. I'm just looking at the
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Oh, bullshit.
Officer Lank, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be
Who happened?
named what?
Excuse me, who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Yes, there was.
Can you tell me one more time, and now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did a light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser?
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams?
You have a
from
Shizzy
Officer
Wiznut
Delaney,
raid.
Officer Sarah,
Thank you, people.
Sergeant
Remember to
Quinn?
hit that like button on your way in. Thank you very
And you
much.
reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about, 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of.
So let's not describe that.
Sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two
Let
still
him describe
images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They're
It looks like the
labeled.
scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be, the top one anyway is that 683 Officer Sarah's cruiser.
Of course, it says it right there,
At the
you
bottom.
dumb. Oh, I believe. Oh, you can't see
I'm
it
not
because of
sure.
Okay.
It
Looks
says
like
right there.
possibly Sergeant Goods.
It
based on
says
where it's placed.
Officer Good dash
Okay.
cam right there, you
If
fuckwit.
we could fast forward.
It
to the
could
28.
be, might be. It says it right there, you
mark or so.
dumbass.
Mr. Bates, and play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Of course, as soon as I pop a snack in my mouth, they decide to do that. Let me chew here for a bit. You can't chew a brownie real quick. Takes a while. Damn it, I had to hurry and eat that brownie. I hate when you have to waste a mouthful of it. David Edwards with the $2 says, am I the only one hearing Prince Albert? Well, if you're talking about the Prince Albert tobacco, then okay. If you're like thinking of the other Prince Albert, you're a degenerate. But yes, you're the only one hearing Prince
You
Albert.
indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video, and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in
Strawberries guilting me into a snack. I'll be
dash
back.
cam?
Yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
A delicious,
Based on my
delicious
conversation
dehydrated
with
duck wing.
Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that was
Yeah.
ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought there was a
Siren outside of court.
all the witnesses get together
Mark
and
your
dis-
bingo card.
discuss the facts before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
There you go. For those of you needing siren outside
That's
of
fine.
court for bingo, there you go.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jim McKay?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. No, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of someone. Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is. I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
If you say so.
Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Oh, that was him.
Yes.
Okay.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
All right.
Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Saraf.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Saraf right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
All right.
else. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. That's him.
How's it?
That's
Does
him
it
there
appear
on the
that
left.
you've walked back into the frame?
Yes,
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him?
Walking away from him.
Or can you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play.
Looks like he's walking away from him to me.
How's it? Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Mhm.
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. How's it? Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play.
Hey, we just hit 600 concurrent viewers. Welcome, people. Glad to have all of you here.
How's it? At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
All right.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
Well, Strawberry has left the room. We'll put the cam back on when she returns.
At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Kerry Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC. I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton dispatch and CPAC dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated that he does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it.
Correct.
End quote. Sergeant Lank, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever. correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene?
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential, that there was a, let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was. At that point in time, I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something?
Again, it could have been a multitude of things to cause those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hey, Approach.
Yes.
Okay, he's calling for a little bit of speculation there. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on here at the sidebar and how they answer the question when they get back. Let's look at a couple of things here. Do you think she should or will testify? I don't think she should, and I don't think she will.
Matt?
Sure.
Lieutenant Lank,
The judge just sighed. Judge gave us a mic sign.
given what you believed at the
Bingo
time, the
again.
possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house,
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is
The
not
house is, in
excluded
fact,
your
part
mind
of
at that point
anywhere.
as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it?
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
One. Yes.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
But you didn't.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home,
Do
correct?
you want to
Correct.
build a snowman?
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
Yes.
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I think you remembered it yesterday.
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
No, you did not.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
Okay, Mr.
you
Evading the
seek
question.
Guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause.
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for
So
a search
no,
warrant
the
because
answer
it
is
wouldn't have
no.
probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
He's being evasive. Make him answer the damn question. I just want.
One of the ways
We all know he's being
to
evasive,
secure
but I just want to hear him
premises,
before
any
he stands
premises
there.
in a normal crime scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was a reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Say dog. Say dog.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing.
Correct.
Or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
Of that location?
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house?
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages or communications?
No.
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed, it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole
Good night,
and
Chris.
Jennifer
Thank you so
McCabe
much.
were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before,
This was
from Jennifer
all
McCabe,
together while you're
Brian and
interviewing.
Nicole
Great.
were both listening.
Yes.
Everybody's listening to everybody else's interview. That is so wrong.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house,
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
yes.
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well.
Yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No.
None.
No.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes.
of the yard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No.
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No,
I
we-
mean stakes. E-S-T-A-K-E-S.
Yeah, I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No.
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
It was up until we
And
took
once
it down.
The
Brilliant.
scene was
Brilliant
cleared,
answer.
All those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes.
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
Yes.
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m.
Yeah, so
that crime
basically
scene was
2 hours
completely
after the
Yes.
first officer
Unsecured.
responded, it was open to the public.
Yes.
Anybody
and
could
available
walk through the.
to anybody who wanted access to it.
Yeah.
Correct.
After 2
One of the
hours,
reasons
anybody on
to
earth could
secure
just
a crime
jump up
scene
and down and make a
is
snow
to
angel on top of where the
Minimize
body
the
was.
possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes.
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
Sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes.
taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
Yes.
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before.
Yes.
All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
Yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering. Obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware of, at this point in time, the state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area.
6x6 or 7x7?
Roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong.
Yes.
Like a man's size 12 shoe. Caught your attention?
It would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention?
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention?
Yes.
None of those things caught his
45
attention.
pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did
He's
find
given
blood,
up.
however.
He's
Is that
broken
right?
now.
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about. All right?
Yes. Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
That's
When
not
I
what
say
he
unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt, and the debris, and the grass, and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
that you can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt in the snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there was multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed
Look at his expression. I stand by my story that he is officially broken now.
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes,
There's generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
it should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it.
Yes,
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
yes.
Can we have tab 23?
He wants to be off the stand yesterday. He's just
You
done.
recognize the,
He's not being combative
what's depicted
anymore.
in this?
He's being far
exhibit?
less dodgy. He's just like, answer the questions and get done.
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 24.
Oh no. Oh no. There we are. Oh God. This is the evidence collection bag.
You see
The
that
shop
white
and
rag?
save. The shop and save brown paper
Yes.
bag.
Sorry?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop
But
and Shop.
actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says
Oh.
Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
Off.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
He doesn't know what's in
Where-
it.
When these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when Canton, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
Oh, please be the 6 Dixie
It
cup.
appears to be solo cups
Yes.
with substance inside.
Oh my Lord.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
Appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay, let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And do you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there?
I do.
Okay, that appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm
What
sorry, I
else-
didn't mean to
what else
step on
would
your
they
words,
be?
but I- sure.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
They're not Schrodinger's solo cups.
And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not
Not on the side that's
visible.
visible to me,
Yeah.
no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011, 12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Oh,
Okay,
come
next
on. You
question.
don't know how evidence is signed in and out. You don't know how
That's all I
evidence
have
is
for this.
transferred. You don't know how evidence is accessed.
Okay,
Bullshit.
I'm going to see counsel at
That's a
sidebar for just a
crock.
minute, please.
That's a crocky answer. He gets this is what he gets.
Everything that guy just says is bullshit. Thank you.
He gets peshied. He got the peshy. That last little bit was a crock of horse shit. Come on. He totally gets peshied for that one. Peshied is now a verb. That was annoying. Anyway, while they're doing that, I just want to say, hey, we got 752 concurrent viewers here right now. And I'm sure that not all of you have subscribed to the channel. So I'd ask you to take this little bit of a break here, this little bit of a sidebar, and go down there and hit that subscribe button. Make me happy. Give me warm, fuzzy feelings. YouTube has been up to some shenanigans. People are getting unsubscribed en masse. Let's fight the power. Let's fight back to YouTube. Get down there and hit that subscribe button. And if you have subscribed to the channel or think you have, please do me the solid of going down there and double checking to make sure you are still subscribed. Oh, thank you so much. 3 people have just subscribed. I love you 3 that did that. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Continue that going and hit the like button while you're there. Looks like the jury is leaving. I assume they're going to be wrapping up for the day. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, now I have a siren outside my own window, which is odd, it being 1:19 a.m. If I wasn't on stream, I would go out to see what the siren is about. At least poke my head out the window, unlike officers who have dead bodies in their front yard. All right, let's see what's going on here. This is curious. See what the judge is doing. Are they gone for the day? Or are they just gone out for a little bit while they do some stuff? Thank you so much, everybody that's hit that subscribe button. We just picked up about 10 subscribers. You guys are super cool. Keep it going. We need to get to 76,000. We're 300 and 359 away from 76,000, something like that. We're doing cool. All right. I want some answers. What's going on here, people? Let's see. Do we have any super chats to read? Yes, we do. Tanny Simmons, thank you so much for the $5. Tanny says, does anybody remember if there were ring cameras on the street? It's a street full of cops and no one has surveillance. To the best of my knowledge, there were no ring cameras. I don't know if there were and they were never checked or if there weren't any, but I haven't heard any mention ever of any ring cams anywhere. And Jennifer Murdoch with the $2. Thank you so much. Oh, Jennifer Murdoch, let's bring that back up again. Lank's face is as red as a boiled lobster. Yeah, he right there about the 15 minutes from the end, it seemed to me like he folded. He just caved. He quit. He gave up. He's like, done. He was broken. And he's like, I just want to get off the stand. Right up until the very, very end there when he was like, I don't know what's on the other side of that magic grocery bag that actually looks exactly like our evidence collection bags. There was this little period of time where he was just like, all right, I'll answer the questions. Ask what you want. His head was down. He was making these, you can't see it behind here. His head was down. He was making these, what do you want me to do? Look with his face. I think it took a toll on him. Oh, that's right. I did hear that. Canton Kulo says the ring camera from the deputy across the street. It was the lieutenant in charge of deputies, of detectives. The lieutenant in charge of detectives across the street. That his ring cam happened to not be working that night for some reason. Right? I remember that now. Thank you. Thank you for remembering for me. Legal Advice, how are they going to get that internet search into evidence? How was it discovered? It was through discovery. They just they just search of the stuff that had been deleted from the computer, and then it came up. So yeah, it'll come in without a question. All right, the same way the Epstein written camera wasn't working. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Thor's Paralegal, I just caught you live, and I swear I thought it was a skit. This guy, a detective, come on. You cannot recall an instance. Evidence tape, right. I mean, it's ludicrous. As our very own Mod Flux said on Twitter, we're all being punked at this point. This isn't a real trial. We're all being punked. It's like, I don't know if anybody saw that show called the Juror, where they just staged an entire trial. The gallery members, the lawyers, the judge, every other juror except for one were all actors, and they were they were punking this one juror who thought it was a real trial. This is what we're doing. We are that juror. We're being punked right now because this type of insanity does not really happen. It's impossible. Every witness the prosecution has put on the stand, other than the two family members that were not cross-examined, have just been railed by the defense lawyers. They've just been dismantled with and it just keeps getting worse. CERN has a lot to answer for. Yeah, we're in another timeline here. Thanks, CERN. Noel Preston with the $5. Thank you for covering this. Karen has all of Massachusetts on her side. Every spouse's worst nightmare. No, see, that's the thing, and we've talked about this before at her preliminary hearings, at the status conferences and whatnot. The gallery was full of her supporters. Outside the court was there was dozens, if not hundreds, of her supporters out there. There were so many supporters of Karen Read that they had to implement a 200-yard buffer zone. And I've never seen a case where someone who has been charged with the murder of a police officer has been so widely supported by the public. So yeah, this is a very, very unique and interesting trial. The Mandela effect is just that he actually died way earlier in our original timeline, but CERN pushed us into this one. Yeah, I'm still wondering what's going on up there at the bench. Where have they gone? There's been no explanation. Let's see if there's an explanation on Law and Crime as to what's happening. Nope, there is not. It's just an ad for their stupid Truth Finder thing, whatever the hell that is. All right, let's embiggen this again. Try not to boomer it. There we go. Yay, I did it. Look at me. I'm special. Linda Ever says, Jeff, that's because it's completely obvious this woman is being railroaded. It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? And covering these trials, see, this is the difficult thing covering these trials is, as a lawyer and as someone who's familiar with court procedures, it's imperative that I watch these trials from the perspective of a juror. I don't make, if I have made up my mind or if I do have opinions, I have to leave those opinions at the door and watch only what's submitted during the course of the trial to base my decision on. Not my opinions or what I think happened, but this is one case where I'm going into it absolutely convinced that she has been framed and is being railroaded by the prosecution. And it is definitely, I mean, I'm willing to consider it. If I see some evidence, they go, oh, holy shit, that looks really bad for her, and I think she may have done it. I'm willing to consider changing my view. People are telling me to press play. Come on, like you think they're doing something. See, they're still not doing anything. But thank you for telling me to do that. Yeah, I am absolutely firmly convinced that she's being railroaded. Convince me otherwise, prosecution. And there is so much reasonable doubt in this that they have an incredible amount of reasonable doubt to resolve and to explain away in a logical, legal way. I mean, this is. I mean, I thought like probably the closest thing to this would be the Rittenhouse trial, where it seemed like Kyle was being railroaded through the system. But this is so much worse, even than the Rittenhouse trial. It's baffling how this thing ever went to trial. Well, I think it went to trial because they didn't have any other options. And people are saying, well, why would everybody try to frame her? Because where they found the body was in front of a house owned by another police officer. They'd been out partying with a group of police officers, firefighters, and ATF agents. And at the time this allegedly happened, the house was full of law enforcement officers and their significant others and family members. If something happened in that house where through something they got in a fight, he falls back, hits his head, and dies, they've got to cover this up. And the easiest one to blame is the missus. All right, let's find out what Judge is doing here. Oh, she's got herself a big turquoise tumbler up there.
Paul, we're bringing them over. Yes, please.
What are we bringing over? The jury? What are we bringing over? Somebody please tell me what's happening.
Please.
Harris is, dude, he was using a fucking leaf blower on the snow around the evidence too, for fuck's sakes. It's out of control. You're right. And he's like, oh, he was blowing the snow away layer by layer to reveal the blood and cocktail glass underneath. But how much hairs and fiber and other evidence did he blow away with the goddamn leaf blower? That's the question I want answered. But we can never answer that question.
Surprise for the jury.
All right, I guess the jury's coming back. I'm kind of sad we didn't get a look at Ceiling Beyond there. Ooh, the guy's got a skunk stripe in his beard. That's cool. Nah, judges don't use gavels anymore, Joe.
Session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Redirect. Let's go, Lallygagger.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment. Centerfields is what it was called at the time.
He said he couldn't remember what it was called.
Owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And
he's got to be
I
careful he doesn't open the
multiple men
door
walking
to
down the sidewalk.
all of the things the judge said the
in our
defense can't
direction.
talk about.
At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lapalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched. And at that point, I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was it?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified, if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender, and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street, and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did
back to what, if any's,
in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know,
Yes.
whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
We're asked some questions about on the cruiser cam video, whether you're on the phone. You indicated that you can make an educated guess as to who you're on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, talk a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you're on scene,
We saw the weather. We know what the weather fucking looked like.
Yes.
We don't need more
and then
weather.
later on that day, what if any change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
I'm getting crabby
From
now.
your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present and Matt was also to my right.
Would he say the
And
weather
on the third
outside
occasion when
was
you saw
frightful?
Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Mr. McCabe further.
Was the fire so delightful?
We went in through the door to the right. So it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area. And that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? You know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
Ooh, that
Maybe
was
push
it? That's
very
the
briefly.
best
Yes.
you can do? Wow. All right, go up and talk some more while we figure out what to do next. I would imagine they're saying, all right, here's what we want to do. Do we have time? Oh, the snow. Ugh. We're only at a disappointing 36 what if any's today. It's pretty much been the defense's ball game. We need to get our what if any numbers up from the prosecutor. He's not trying hard enough. Maybe the body was actually Chris Kringle. Yeah, they've mentioned the taillights quite a bit, Janice Baldwin. Why are we looking at this guy's junk? Stop that. All right, there. I don't want to see that. I'd rather watch Strawberry scratch her face. What's up? What's up, Strawberry? You look mugging for the camera. Look at them big cheeks flapping. You flapping in the wind. Anyway, sorry, it's playing with the dog there. Yeah. Defense is doing good. The defense is doing good at every single witness. They haven't had a non-devastating cross-examination of a witness yet. Aaron, a lot of people have failed this victim. That is the only thing that's clear. Yeah. It's sad. It's sad that we got to this point. Strawberry knows she's pretty. She's ready for a close-up. She's just ready for... She just got to stop looking at her because then she looks at me. She's just ready for some snuggles when we're done here. Haven't had a lot of time to play with her tonight. I just got home and forced her to take a bath. Her and Yoda. I'd rather see the potato pets. Are you a potato pet? All right, we've got 716 people here, 575 likes. Thanks, people. Please continue to hit that like button and the subscribe button. We picked up 12 subscribers so far. That's really, really good. We've made up some lost ground. Please do not stop hitting that subscribe button. It's fun. Let's look at our like and subscribe poll while we've got a minute. The like and subscribe poll. We have 733 votes on our like and subscribe poll and only 576 likes. That's literally 160 of you have cheated. Shame on you. What is the craziest thing about this trial so far? What is the craziest thing? 15% of you said the craziest things. They found 0 out of 45 pieces of plastic during the initial crime scene investigation and search. 19% of you said the craziest thing is the leaf blowing snow in a crime scene. 26% of you said the craziest thing so far has been a house full of law enforcement officers who don't go outside when there's when there's 5 police vehicles, 2 ambulances and a fire truck outside and a dead body. And the number one response so far has been 40% of you have said the craziest thing so far about this case is the blood in the Solo cups in a brown paper grocery bag. Got to admit, I think that's been the craziest thing so far. And so you continue to in our bingo. We're more than halfway there. The only thing that we've missed so far today is a firefighter witness, an Irish witness. We came so close to mentioning the dog, the German Shepherd. They mentioned, did you take any animals out of the house? If he just would have said dog, they haven't made a specific reference to a body on the front lawn. They've talked about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, but they didn't reference a body on the front lawn. Scratch marks, they came close to talking about the scratch marks, but they didn't get there. The internet search hasn't been brought up. And surprisingly, nobody has been Darth Vadering the microphone. Nobody's been caught in a bald-faced lie to the point they had to admit to it. And there hasn't been a specific mention of the word first responder. We'll have to see how it goes next time. Oh, here we go. Let's see what's going on. Beep.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the local leader brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Is that true?
Correct.
You also indicated that
He opened the door, so she's letting it in.
A threatening comment to you or disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be an Albert.
Happened to be an Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set.
You can off you fuck witness.
Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony, please. Who's the next witness?
15 more minutes.
The Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
Charles Ray. I wonder if he's as blind as Ray Charles. We'll have to see. All right, Charles Ray.
Right up.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
It's a nice guy. We might have a Vader. He's moving the microphone in close. Is it a Boston thing that everybody has a weak chin?
A number of these.
Everybody's like lip smacking and has no chin.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And
Police
how long
officer.
Have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
Oh, we
So
already
what
got
rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came into work the day shift about 7:30 a.m.
He's a heavy accented lip smacker. Ugh.
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is at shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer, and he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Good, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children,
that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion
Yes, that's
of
that's
former
strawberry
chief, or
snoring.
if it's just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, sort of what is involved in that, and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be 2 young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones, or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you used to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department specifically?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so,
All together now, lip smack.
the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant, do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for a minute. Gilman, if you could pause it there. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds. If you could play it from there.
I'll be right back.
Gentlemen, if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of toward the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No,
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
yes,
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
I normally run down the hall and run back, but
Now,
I slowly
so
strolled, hoping it would be over by the
to,
time I got back.
Driveway
It's
at
not.
One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes,
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being?
you would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No,
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. You could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay.
Okay. Judge is done too. She said they were going to stop right now, so we'll see if they do stop right now. Judge, okay, whatever. Bring it on up. Project Calm with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Too bad all of the public works people were in plows that
Lieutenant, we're
night.
gonna need you back tomorrow. We're going to break.
Otherwise, they could have used a street sweeper to assist with
George, that's
evidence
if you can
gathering.
Stay just for a minute, please. That's it for today. We've asked those same three, or I give you those same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, if you got anything in your notebooks on your kids and taking all your items, you all rise, sure, follow me.
All right, so tomorrow will be a full day for the hearing, and I won't be doing it live because it's a full day. So I'll be doing a summary later. But tomorrow we'll be doing some Clayton Eckert and Laura Owens update on that particular case. Yes. She says you wanted the lawyers to hang around a little bit, so we'll see what she's telling you.
Today, we're good. Thank you.
Oh,
You don't need me for anything, right?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
All rise, please.
All right, I guess she doesn't need to talk to the lawyers. All right. Well, that was an interesting day. It wasn't as crazy. Wait, just in case you wanted to miss it, there's Ceiling Dion. We haven't seen Ceiling Dion.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial
no,
watchers.
you can go away.
You know what a lot.
You can. We don't need you. Right. There we are. That takes us to the end of day 6. Day 5 has so far been the weirdest day. I'm sad I couldn't cover that live, but I did upload the review that's nearly an hour long because that's how much crazy happened yesterday. But look for the review for day 7 when that comes out, and we'll play things by ear for the rest of the week. Thursday's probably good. We'll probably do it live because Tuesdays and Thursdays seem to be when they do the half days. As we wrap this up, I want to make one final call for likes and subscribers. We've picked up 13 subscribers in the past little bit, so please do me that favor. Here's the quick rundown. Tomorrow will be the Clayton Eckert, Laura Owens updates. Thursday will be this trial, and Friday will be what we call F It Friday, where we say F it, and we have it's a griftathon. This is a very, very special griftathon. We're celebrating my 2-year anniversary here on YouTube. We're also celebrating 75,000 subscribers, and we're also doing a grift for my vacation fund, which will start at the end of the month. And if you happen to be in the Las Vegas area from May 25th to the 27th at any time during then, hit me up in the DM. Our very own Flux from House of Flux will be there. I will be in Vegas. Aussie Overlord may or may not be in Vegas. Waifu Kron, now known as Moxie Dame Jess, will be in Vegas. Ari Jacob, we're going to be meeting up with her. Possibly Tiffany Fong will be out, and anybody else that happens to be in the area. If you're a Law Talk with Mike fan, I'm going to try to hook up with Kim Blandino while I'm in Vegas. We're going to be doing a lot of fun stuff. Just let me know if you're there, and we'll see where we are. We'll meet up and have a drink or something. We'll be doing a lot of drinking and cigar smoking and whatnot, and just generally messing around in Vegas. I think that's it. And then I'll be in Utah from the 28th of June to the night of the 7th of June. So we'll do a couple of meetups in Utah while I'm there. One in Salt Lake City, one in Brigham City. Dates and locations to be determined. That's it, peeps. Do not miss Friday. It'll be fun. We'll have a great panel of guests. The list will start to be the Chandler will not be in Vegas. No, Chandler, it's Chandler's birthday, I believe, that weekend, and then he probably has other plans, but yeah, Chandler won't be there. As far as I know, unless something has happened in the past couple of hours and says you will be. Anywho, again, as I'm saying, check us out on Friday with our panel of guests. It should be pretty darn awesome. And bring all your money and throw it to me. It's one day where we just shamelessly grift for Super Chats the entire time. With no shame whatsoever. Every $100 that comes in, I do a shot of premium whiskey and we get liquored up and have fun. John shown with our final super chat of the evening with the six euros. One detail that I missed, the bag with cups was brought in the morning and the car in the afternoon. Why was the bag near the car? Nobody's explained that other than just to sit there and on the floor and get contaminated. There's really no explanation for it. It really isn't. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. We will see you tomorrow for Clayton Eckert and Laura Owens updates. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great evening, morning, night, whatever. Say good night, Strawberry. Say good night. Let's go wake up Yoda and play for a bit. All right, everybody, take care. Bye now. See ya. Lawrack saying peace out.